Sanusi, SHMH, and also we would like to extend our also gratitude to all deans and vice deans from all the faculties in Trisakti University. We hope that this selection process and a set of events could be done greatly and also be enjoyed, and also will become a exemplary set of events for future endeavors. So to continue the agenda for today, we're gonna do another roll call to make sure that all teams are present within this Zoom app. So we're gonna roll call for the missing teams that we've conducted before. We're gonna check with FKG3. Kea, is your partner here? FKG3?
Yes, my partner is here.
Okay, so FK3 are complete, yeah. We proceed to FKG. Are you guys complete? Advita and Clarice?
Yes, we're complete.
Okay. Next up, we have FSRD, Satria and Rido. Are you guys complete? Satria and Rido, are you guys complete?
Yes. Okay.
Complete, both of you. Okay. We'll have Swing 1, Ayub Abraham, complete.
Complete.
And we have Swing 2, Sultan and Koko.
Yes, complete.
Okay, sure. So as accordance to the schedule, we'll release the draw for the matchups at 9:15. So you have 2 minutes to prepare your screens to check the Tabbycat website that we've distributed to you through WhatsApp group. And I'll be also sharing screen to make sure that you also can view the matchups that will be viewed here in 2 minutes.
Sorry. My partner isn't here because he's having this internship with the Mahkamah Konstitusi RI, and he should open his camp. So how could I do that?
Hi. May I know who just said that you don't have any partner, or your partner?
Yes, it's me. It's over at Trisakti.
What's your team name again?
My team name is the FH1.
Okay.
Information is detailed here. So we have in room Alang Mulia Lesmana, we have FK1, Alvira Daniati Naufal, we have FK2, Izehaga Ricardo, we have FH3, Chris Dayanti and Nataleo, we have FK3, Ayesha and partner. And Also, moving on, in room Heri Hartanto, we have Bethany, Java, and Christine. We have FLTL, FTI, Honesty, and Rain. We have FH2, Anissa, and Jessica. And we have Swing 2, Coco, and Sultan. Next up, in room Hafidin Royan, we have Blessing and Juliana. And we have Alberta, who will be our debating. We have FSRD1, Rido and Satria. And also, lastly, we have FTSP1, Irfan and Taskia. And in room Hendriawan C, we have FKG1, Advita Claris. We have FTSP2, Davander and Sandra. We have Swing 1, Abraham Ayub. And we have FTKE, Eric and Kenandika. Please rename your participant names and we will assign you according to your rooms. So please rename your Zoom names according to the format and the rounds. So the format goes like this: round, room, role, team name, your name. If your team are placed within the same room, you may use just one account and put your name and your partner's name together within that account, so that it's fine. Okay, so we'll check. Anissa Diva Pikaesa, please rename. Alberta, please rename. Chris Dayanti Sutanto, please rename. For the judges as well, we ask you to please rename yourselves with the format round, room, role, and your name. Thank you.
Bang, I want to ask you, would you mind to explain how to change our username first? Because I forget.
Hi, sorry, can you please repeat your question?
Would you mind to make tutorial to change username? Because I'm really forget it.
Okay, so you have to click on the participants list on your screen. Are you using mobile device or laptop?
I use laptop actually.
Okay, so you check on your screen, it should be on bottom right of your screen. There's the list called participants.
Yeah.
And then you find your name, and then there should be a drop-down menu where you find an option that says rename, and then you rename your Zoom name with the format round 1, and then room, your role, and then your team name and your name.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Wait a minute. Let me try.
Yeah, just take your
I
time.
just need to click participant, right? Then I need to find my name in the
Find your
speaker.
name, and then you click more.
Click more. Oh, click more.
And you click rename. Yes.
So click, but I didn't find click more.
Pardon me. Could you repeat?
How to click more? I didn't find click. I still can't hear. Okay. Oh, let me ask my friend to do it for me.
Okay, just to remind everyone that we have
Rafif?
distributed the technical guide yesterday.
Rafif,
So,
Rafif,
yeah, Ibu.
sorry, I can help by sharing my screen. Can I just,
Okay, we'll pass on to Ibu Astri. Okay, I'll
Okay.
stop my share screen.
Okay,
Yeah.
so hold on a second.
Please.
So this is how you can change your name. Hold on a second. So you see that in each of your name, there is this 3 dot button. Can you find it, Jessica?
Yeah.
Okay, press this. There is an option of rename. Click it and change your name.
Your screen didn't change here.
Is everybody else? Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. Let me open the PPT. Okay. Hello, guys. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So, this morning, okay, yeah, I'm just going to make sure that, okay, my screen is visible. Okay, hello everyone, good morning. My name is Asri Agustina alongside with, for NUDC alongside with Bu Zuhra. I will be your core adjudicator in this competition. So, considering that this is an internal selection, I try to make sure that the motion is as accessible as possible. But for this morning's motion, the first round, okay, guys, please do consider what Irene just already said. Some people still hasn't renamed themselves because right after the motion is announced, the case building time 15 minutes will going to be started. So the countdown will going to start as soon as the motion is launched. So can everyone start renaming themselves? Okay. So consider this that the adjudicator are very aware that probably some of the motions are very niche in terms of the information. Therefore, considering that you guys come from different faculty, probably has different knowledge, sometimes a motion has what we call as a context slide. The purpose of the context slide is to make sure that the motion is as accessible as possible. Note that number one, yes, you can add the information based on your understanding more than what the context slide provide. Number two, which is also very important, if you happen to know a contradictory information from what the context slide provided, please be consistent to the context slide because the purpose here is to make sure that the debate is equally accessible to everyone. What does this translate into? It translates into making sure that everyone are discussing on the similar points. So with that being said, yes, the first round will have a context slide. For round one, under the heading of capitalization of education, the context slide reads, a corporate sponsored research agreement uh, is a written legal agreement between an institution or called contractor and an awarding agency, normally involving the expectation of an economic benefit on the part of the contractor, on the part of the institution, and the generation of a tangible product, service, or other consideration in return for sponsored support. This might include, but not limited to, testing or evaluation of proprietary products, development or construction of equipment, rights to data, patents, copyrights, technical reports, or evaluation, consulting services, and etc. Is there any question about the context slide? Feel free to screenshot the context slide. We will going to also share the wordings of both the context slide and the motion in the participants group. But is there any question about the context slide? Going once, going twice, going three times. So I assume there is no question in regards of the context slide. With that being said, the motion reads, this House would ban corporate sponsorship of academic research. Now is 9:28, therefore the debate will start at 9:44. Thank you, guys.
the debate, please send me your speaking position, speaker satunya siapa, speaker duanya siapa, via Zoom chat, so that we can directly start. With that said, to start the debate, we welcome the Prime Minister. Here. Oh yeah, before you guys start, please make sure to time yourself. Since I am in my phone, I don't know if I can type the timer in the chat, but I will try my best. And also, please state your POI preference and gender pronouns, if any. With that said, we welcome Prime Minister to the debate. Here.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. May I not have my virtual background?
Oh yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Okay. So I'll start in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, everyone. I'm from the opening government, and first of all, I'd like to thank the judge here to give me the opportunity to speak. So first, the motion is this House would ban corporate sponsorship of academic research. So what is academic research? Academic research is the collection and analysis of data and information to investigate a problem and find a solution based on the facts. So, for example, what kind of treatment is most effective for a certain kind of disease? Academic researches, which are legal agreements in this case between a researcher and a sponsor, must be unbiased, because you can imagine where, for example, as I said before, which kind of treatments are more effective for, let's say, cancer. So you can imagine that if you have a sponsored product or a sponsored site, then that sponsored site may incline the researcher to say more good things about it, and it may affect the outcome. Whereas, wherein, for example, if another product is actually better than the sponsored product, so it may cause different outcomes, and also it may cause the data to be altered according to the needs of the sponsor, because as it's been set in the context slide, that the corporate sponsorship includes rights of data. And then, besides that, we've said also that if an academic research is sponsored by a certain site, then it could be that false information is being spread because of the false outcomes. And if that false information is spread around, then it might prove to be very harmful for some people. For example, that during this COVID times, there could be an academic research which says that, let's say, taking vitamin C will cure COVID completely, which that is false information. So it could be that this academic research may lead some people to believe that and follow that wholeheartedly. So they might not even feel the effects, wherein they actually might be more harmful. And then also, for the researcher itself, it might affect the credibility of the researcher, because of the false informations from before, and they might lose trust from people or from publishers. And besides that, legal agreements may limit the academic researcher to perform researches that benefit the sponsor. So, um, and besides that also, they may not have the flexibility to do what the researcher wants, or what the researcher thinks might be fundamental for the time being. So, for example, if the researcher thinks that something is important and needs to be researched, however, the sponsored site may not want the researcher to do that thing. And so, as I've said before, to reiterate my point again, that it might alter the results of the research. Maybe that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Now, to open the case from opposition, we welcome leader of opposition here. Oh yeah, don't forget to state your POI preference before you start the speech.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to open my my timer first. Sorry. Okay, now it's ready. Right. My POI preference is through chat. And I will be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay. So the with the motion, we oppose the motion of banning corporate sponsorships in academic research. And before I go into my arguments, I will jump into the rebuttals first, which some of them will be elaborated through the arguments. Now, the opening government didn't really elaborate much on the motion. They elaborated on the meaning of academic research, but I don't think it's enough, because it needs to be said just how needed by the people, by the human race actually, academic research is. And their arguments on banning corporate sponsorships in academic research is because the risk of altered results or biased opinions on side of the said corporate, which results in hoax or false informations, which can lose the trust of people or publishers or researchers. Now, this actually doesn't really make sense, as in it's not so easy to just alter data and results in academic research, and especially when it's being reviewed to be published by the publishers. Otherwise, everyone would be able to just very easily create false information without having to back it up with said academic research. And they also said that one of the downside of having corporate sponsorships in academic research is that researchers are not flexible, and they are not free in research in said research, and they may not be able to do some research that are needed to be done, things that needed to be researched, because they are handcuffed by the corporates. Now, this actually doesn't make sense also, because the researchers, they may not be able to conduct said research in the first place due to no budget. Which brings me to my first argument, is that basically a corporate has the money and researchers have the ability to conduct research, but they lack the money, so they help each other. Now, what is actually the function of academic research? Here's my first argument, is that it's very helpful for human race in health section. For example, like what the OGs, like what the Prime Minister said on cancer, or we can take ourselves as example, the pandemic of COVID-19. Academic research results in the test kit, the vaccines, and it also worked in other diseases before, like polio, flu, Ebola epidemic, and so many others. Not only in the health section, it's also very helpful in infrastructure, like with concrete research. Me coming from a background in architecture and civil engineering, with the concrete lab, with the calculations, the foundations. For example, the LRT rail at Kuningan that curved above, it's like it bridged and it curved at the same time, a project that was actually feared by foreign engineers, but braved by our engineers that conducted their research and then made it, and then realized it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to be using that facility now. Not only that, also the transportation measures like locations of rail stations, harbors, roads, or even on the economy in impact of that, like the markets, the locations of markets, and accessibility, or even houses by the developers. My point is that it is very important to every single aspect of human lives. That's what academic research is. That's the impact of academic research. To my second argument, the limited budget, as I said before, in institutions compared to corporates. Of course, because corporates actually seek money, they have the money. In fact, a lot of the things we enjoy today are the results of corporates funding academic research. Stadiums for Asian Games, roads, transportation, houses, and of course, during this pandemic, the test kit, the vaccines, as I said, medicines, all the things that cured us from our diseases are mostly funded by the corporates, because researchers don't have the money. They are there to conduct research. Now, the government side, surely when they said about bias, their biggest concern is in corporate sponsorship is the ulterior motives, basically, right? So ulterior motives doesn't mean negatively always. Ulterior motives exist in our everyday life. People do things where they can gain something from it. It's basic, it's the natural thing to do. You gain something from it, that's why you do something. For example, us being in University of Trisakti, we're here to gain knowledge. Our teachers are here to gain income. That's what people do every day. They do things that can gain from, they gain knowledge, income, product, opportunities, etc., etc. Now, what is wrong with a corporate having a motive, which would then lead them to sponsoring and funding any academic research that would be helpful for all humankind? That's what the OG didn't elaborate more, is that conducting academic research is actually more important than just leaving things as they are in status quo without conducting any research. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having our vaccines, or not only on the COVID-19, on past disease. Research we all can gain from. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So that's what that is why we oppose this motion, because we prefer a world where academic researchers are actually conducted and not just left behind because of lack of budget, because we cannot have any sponsorship from corporates. That's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Now to extend the case from opening government, we welcome Deputy Prime Minister here.
Iya. Lu ada ininya nggak? Ada ininya. Sorry.
You are unmuted. Deputy Prime Minister.
Okay. Toothpaste. This research is about this toothpaste, and that this toothpaste is from their research data shows that this product can be a whitening for the teeth, and they can alter their data, proving that it sure does provide tooth whitening effects, but it may also actually be false. They may have small alterations in the data and altering the outcomes, and that people may believe in this product that it may bring tooth whitening effects, but it does not. And so many people will be
influenced by it. People will buy the product, will spread hopes that this bring great effects to their life, and that this can causes a problem. And also, for example, say this company wanted their product to be well known by others. They want their products to be number one. And from their research, say comparing other brands, and so the sponsor alter their data, and so the result shows that this company has the highest effect on tooth whitening, whereas it may actually be wrong, and that another company might actually be better, and that this also can be bad because like people will be dumbfounded by this results. And even if the researchers have the integrity not to alter their data, what if the sponsor sends a better kind of product for the research? It will also alter the data ultimately. So so my point is alterations are still possible according to us, because in fact there are many data that has been altered from time to time. So alterations are possible. And also I would like to restate what my friend have said previously, that having sponsors may also limit the amount of research that the researchers can do, because they might not be able to actually do researchers that have higher flexibility. For example, researchers that actually can benefit for the better of people's life can sometimes they're more limited. And so as a closing, so you say previously that academic research is important in all aspects of our life. However, do you prefer our academic researchers result in wrong information that can endanger families and lives? So think about it. Okay, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Now to close the piece from opening opposition and to close the opening debate, we welcome the Deputy Leader of Opposition. Here you. Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Yes, a minute, please. Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So first, I will state my rebuttals from the OG. The OG said that even if it's hard, it's still possible to alter results of academic research. So what the OG is saying is the government side prefers a world where we don't conduct any academic research at all, compared to having corporate sponsored academic research. Would you prefer us to not have LRT, to not have new foundings, basically a world without vaccines, medicines, new technologies? It's the result of academic research by institutes. Academic research, basically academic research need to be conducted, and academic research has only small possibilities. Academic research has small possibilities of research by just from data altering, which what the OG mentioned earlier. The OG the OG didn't elaborate the mechanisms of conducting academic research without sponsored by corporates. They elaborated only how the results can be altered with the small possibilities I mentioned earlier, where it can actually pass the review and to be published. How can so many helpful academic research can be conducted without the existence of the sponsor from the corporates, if basically they don't have the money themselves? The corporates have the money, the institute have the resources, the corporates have the money, which is the whole point of this sponsorship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Now to open the closing half, we welcome member of the government here.
Before I start, please give me a few seconds to set up my timer. All right. For POI, you may unmute yourself. For you may I go by he or him, and my pronunciation, sorry, is he or him. And I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. This side of the government believes that we should ban corporate sponsorship of academic research. Our stance in this, that we support in banning corporate sponsorship academic research, but what differentiates us from opening government is that we believe corporate sponsorship will create unneutral academic research, unneutral choices, unusual choices, rather than it will where the opening government believes in false information and alter of data, as well. We believe in the unneutral sponsorship creates unneutrality in the research academic research, which I will explain in my speech later on. First of all, I will start with my rebuttal. On the side of opening opposition, they said that the function it's not easy to create false information. Well, it is easy to create false information if the government also plays a part, if to some extent we believe that the information could bring harm to the public, then it's easy to create false information, just like what is happening in the status quo right now in COVID, where there are so many false information created by the government and also research institutions, and therefore it's really easy to create false information. Second of all, the opening opposition brought up without sponsorship from corporates, companies, we won't be having vaccine, no LRT. Well, what this side of the opposition believes is that if corporate sponsorship does not exist, those things still exist because the government wants to invest in the welfare of the people. Even but since there's no money to sponsor those academic research, then the development of those said things like vaccine or LRT, development will be slow, but at the same time we will reach that point, but slower. This could be seen in countries such as North Korea, where they do not have much a corporate sponsorship. Instead, they have state investments, which in the end proves that they still have LRT. They still have transport like buses, and trains, but they lack in funding because of the there's no corporate sponsorship. But in the end, it's proven that it still will exist. So let's see. For now, I will go to my argument. So in the status quo, corporate sponsored research has proven to be harmful towards the people. Why do I say this? First of all, it's harmful because like I said before, it created no neutrality in choosing corporate choosing what they want for research. Now, corporate usually will choose something that they want that will bring benefits to them. You can see this in the COVID Ebola cases, where when when corporate are heavily impacted by something, they will invest more funding towards that research. Therefore, the research will be developed way faster than any other research. Than, for example, cancer. Cancer exists long time ago, yet we still haven't found a breakthrough in curing cancer. Why? Because the funding is not as much as harmful as viruses. So the root of the cause of why we want to ban academic corporates funding academic research is that we ECG want to change how corporate invest in government invest in academic research. We want them to invest in government institution rather than funding the academic research themselves, because we believe the government will have more control in choosing what is better for the public and what is better for the people. And this will create neutrality in research. Neutrality in research is basically what I mean is where instead of people funding which is most beneficial for them, corporates funding which research is most beneficial for them, instead the government will choose what funding is more beneficial for the people, especially for the poor people that does not is not impacted much by the academic research. And we believe this is the right thing to do, even though we acknowledge to some extent there is harm in scientific advancement rate would decrease since the funding are reduced, but by the fact that we are helping the people brings more moral burden. It is a moral burden that the government must act upon, and we should. And furthermore, if we put ourselves in the world of where they don't want any where they support this corporate sponsored research, it will create a society where it's focused more on who has some more money than who needs the most research, most tools. Basically, who should they use for research? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Now to open the case from opposition, we welcome member of opposition here.
Okay, I will start right now. Okay, first of all, welcome to audience. I am Eric from FFI, and take a breath, okay? First of all, the motion is this house will ban corporate sponsorship of academic research. Okay, from this point, it's critical that we have an accepting. Okay, it's critical, really critical. Okay, we take an example like Bill Gates said, if you want to win a big, sometimes you must have to take a big risk. Okay, Your is a sponsor, and your big, okay, I repeat, your risk is an academic research, but your big risk is sponsorship. From here, we know if you want to big risk, okay, 1 minute. If you want a big risk, you will get more result that if you do that. Okay, next. But don't just think about the negative impact. There are some positive impact. Like example first, more great social impact that you can have. That's for sure, really for sure. Number two, much have relationship. Okay, and number three is higher quality research. Higher quality research. It is importantly. Yeah. You can't say you do not to use sponsorship. You know what it can happen? Let me ask to debater too. If you not have sponsorship, what it can happen? Okay, next, let me correct. First, data must be reviewed. It's really wrong if data not reviewed. Number two, help each other. It's really important between academic research and sponsorship. It's help each other. And number three is the important, I think, some of academic Indonesia, they use especially sponsorship to it. Example, I take an example. FTKA University have to get sponsor for some chemical material, other material, and other equipment in laboratorium. FTKA. And some problem is happen if we don't have sponsorship. Like example, in my senior high school in Bengkulu, we start an academic research, but we don't have sponsorship. Just simple like that. Don't go away to Korean. Just in Indonesia, like my experience. Okay, can you imagine if me have a sponsorship when I am in senior high school? Maybe we can do this actually. But because we don't have sponsorship, we just use replacement or alternative plan, and the result is not 100%. Trust me. It's back again to higher quality research. Higher quality research. Okay, next my conclusion. First is it's critical if you have accepted this motion, and the second is you must take a big risk from the sponsorship. And next, what again? We have to higher quality research. And the last thing is, can you imagine if we don't have sponsorship? Okay, that's all of my final word and my point of view. With all my respect, please debater too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Now to close the case of government, we welcome government with here.
Check am I audible? Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, honorable judges and fellow debaters. If there is you are, you can ask me directly by click the unmute button below. I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so risk, it's risk big in sponsorship. The impact when it's fair, it will make the people suffer more. Second, high quality research. That is why we believe instead of corporate funding academic research, they should give the fund to the government instead. Why the solution is the most effective solution? Our solution is more effective solution because it will create naturally in research. It's a government responsibility. The government can be accounted for since we have KPK and such, anything else. So I think government had tell all the reasons which very clearly and obvious that we support to ban corporate sponsorship of academic. So there is no any point to review and refute. That's all our ultimatum, and thank you.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Now to close the entire debate, we welcome opposition with clear view. Okay, so I will start my speech now. This enables me to conclude that we should not ban academic research funding because it offers considerable advantage, and banning it would not necessarily completely eliminate the key disadvantage associated with its existence anyway. And academic research funding can affect positive social impact through inducing greater productivity in those areas which benefit consumers directly, like the medical innovations in this pandemic situation, like the vaccine. And by the data for the last 2 decades, the academic research fundings for medical research has increased globally. It can be argued that the funded academic research can lead to greater social impact, given that it can lead to relatively higher quality research, much of which is an area such as the production of life. And the corporate sponsorships, the benefit, it also could be the investment for the corporate. This is the benefit for both sides. That's all for me. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone for the debate. Now please wait for a few minutes for me to decide. technology that they provide, in which very beneficial. With that said, that's my decision. If you guys have any question or want to ask for feedback about my oral education, you can contact me through WA. Thank you, and good luck for next talk.
Thank you, Sam.
You all know can leave the breakout room. Back to the main room, there will be announcement from our organizing committee. Thank you, guys.
Draw for round 2. We have in Alang Mulya Lesmana Room, opening government FTSP 1. We have opening opposition FALTL 1. We have closing government FK 3. And lastly, we have FKG 1 as closing opposition. Proceeding in room Heri Hartanto, we have FH1 as opening government. We have opening opposition FTSP 2. We have closing government FK2. And lastly, we have closing opposition FALTL FTI. Proceeding in room Hafidin Royan, we have swing 4 as opening government. We have opening opposition FPB FTSP. We have closing government FTKE 1. We have closing opposition FH3. And last room, Hendriawan C, we have opening government FH2. We have opening opposition swing 1. We have closing government FK1. And lastly, we have FSRD 1 as closing opposition. For your roles, were the information clear? We guess so, okay. Please stand by. We're gonna check with our phone for a moment. Oh yeah, also reminder, please rename your Zooms with the format given in accordance to your room, to your round, to your rooms, to your roles, to your team name, and your name.
Now is round 2 ya guys, bukan round 3. So please rename yourself.
Just a reminder to check your names. This is round 2. For those who are still show the name R1, please change to R2. We're competing in round 2. Swing 1, please check your name. Rename to round 2. Swing 1, Abraham, please rename yourself, beginning with round 2. Okay, so I'm gonna pass share screen to Ibu Astri as co-adjudicator. The floor is yours.
If you don't wanna see me, did a full 180, crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Maybe, but show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. I'm not where you left me.
For the next round, the one announcing the motion will be Bu Zuhra. Please welcome Bu Zuhra.
Okay, good afternoon, debaters and all organizing committee and all judges. I'm going to inform you the next motion for the round two. Okay, the topic for the round two will be very interesting, especially for millennials, I think. It is going to be, the heading is social media. So the motion itself will be, this House regrets the rise of influencers. So take your time to capture the motion. Okay, and good luck for the next round. Thank you. Okay, this round two motion is this House regrets the rise of influencers, and the debate will start at 12:53.
Recording in progress. Um, OG, FH2, apakah kalian di sini?
Yes, we are here.
Yes, we are here.
Okay. OO, Swing. Thank you. CG.
Yes, we're here.
Okay, thank you. CO.
Here.
Okay, so everyone is here. We can start the debate. Before that, just a reminder, for every team to send your speaking order, like previous round, who's speaking first and second, so I can input the ballot properly. Yeah. Without further ado, I call upon the Prime Minister or the first speaker of opening government to start their speech here.
The opening government. So I'm talk here about the influencers. So who is the influencers? Influencers are people who have a strong enough power to influence, especially in building trust, and also have a strong enough power to influence someone's thinking. Some influencers give the socially uneducated content, but some of them too give us a bad effect through their content. We can't resist that our environment, including these influencers, is affected our mind. Based on survey, the teenagers who still searching for their identity probably will get affected by the wrong way because of these unresponsible influencers. Why I say unresponsible influencers? Because they create content without thinking about the effects of what they have created, or like they only create content for their own benefit, like for like money, without them to realize that whatever their action and whatever they're saying is actually really very influential. So I think it's so in the government side. So in the government side, we're gonna take down like influencer is not a really good idea to influence all of the thing. Okay. Sorry. Judges, I'm done for my speech.
Okay. Thank you, Prime Minister, for that speech. Next is leader of opposition to start her speech here.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
I'm sorry, am I audible? Hello?
You are audible.
Oh, yeah, okay. Good morning. So I'm from the opening opposition. If there is UI, you can ask me directly by click the unmute button below. I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay. This house regrets the rising of influencer. We are support the rising of influencer because influencer in social media are people who have built a reputation for their knowledge and expertise on a specific topic. They make regular posts about topic on their preferred social media channels and generate large following of enthusiastic and engaged people who pay close attention for their reviews. And so let us imagine, if we support the rising of influencer, there's many people who see them as their
role model. In this situation, especially in pandemic era, we need people to be motivated to doing something. We need influencer to giving ideas and collaborate with government to rising economy. So when we rising influencer, automatically economic would be rise. Many people rise, many business rise, and thousand, even million people would have an ideas, have a motivation to doing something, especially in business. They are role model. They are public figure. They are who guide people to be motivated to doing something and rising their own economic by their way by watching their favorite role model. When people see their role model, they know what they want to do. They copying the influencer giving suggestion that if they can do that, everyone can do that. Influencer is what do we need in this era. Remember, rising influencer equal rising economy. Rising economy equal rising people in this.
POI, please.
No, thank you. So, influencer is one of the best step to giving stimulation ideas and rising economy. So, we are agree that there is influencer that giving something in the bad way, like government say, but we are agree that there is no there is a influencer doing something that influence to make people especially they say a teenager to doing something not good, but we are want to talking here is we want to support influencer and they would be have support by government. So when they get support, maybe they have responsible to doing something and giving people something that can be feedback to the economy. That's all my speech. Thank you.
Thank you for leading position. Next, Deputy Prime Minister, to start your speech. Here.
Who will start? Excuse me, isn't my turn?
Yeah. Deputy Prime Minister.
The deputy.
The second speaker of government.
The second speaker admit, right? Okay, let me set my stopwatch before. Okay, let me start it. Starting from now. I like to add more argument after my friends did. What the things about influencers? Why we totally agree that we regret about the rise of influencer, because let's take the example. We will take example Raffi Ahmad. We already know she represent as a millennial, and he got vaccine first, right? After he got vaccine, what he doing? He's doing party after that. He didn't mind about social distancing. He didn't care about that. After he got privilege from the president, what he's doing? He's useless. He's doing useless things. Like, you think that in this pandemic era, have your party like that is a good thing? That's why I told you that many influencers in Indonesia is not an educate, is not make a good example role model for all the young teenager. They just doing prank that could hurt a lot of people, fool anyone. They made illusion that being rich is in instant way, and it's not a good thing. There's hard work between that. They make a illusion that make us as teenager make comparing ourselves what we're doing now. Whenever we see all the influencer doing flex in their Instagram, in their social media, like they are doing holiday in a private jet or something else, they just show your flex. They just show off, and it's not a good thing for us. How could we call them influence when they didn't influence us in a good way, in a positive way? I'm not even feel as a teenager. I'm not even feel they represent us. That's what I call it. Comparing ourselves and make all the teenager getting insecure is by day is not a good thing. All they can do
They should be motivate us as a teenager, but they didn't do that. They used their platform for doing kind of bad things, share all of their private problems in their life in social media, asking people to support them, and doing kind of, even like doing charity, they will ask to show off. They will like to post on Instagram saying that I already do this. Despite they do it in for I know if the meaning of they're doing like something like that. I didn't think it's a good thing for all the influencer. And you can see that Atta Halilintar, even Atta Halilintar, like to do prank that not educate people. How many people get fooled by him? We already know that. We already know how much people doesn't like him because he didn't influence people, but he always mentioned, I'm an influencer, you know. I've got this privilege, I've got this. I'm showing you that I deserve to getting called influencer. And Raffi Ahmad too. We already know that's why I totally agree that this has triggered the rise of influencer. Why don't we take another role model for us, like an artist, like a scholar, like a successful person that has been work from zero to hero right now. There's a lot motivational and there's another option for us to get influenced by another people. So basically, I want to say to young generation, do not look up to all influencer that you see. It makes you feel insecure. It makes you feel comparing yourself, like what I'm doing this day. You feel that you are failed, but you're not failed. You just start your journey right now. Just because you see them, they're showing your place, they're showing their richness, doesn't mean they're showing their appearance, their perfect beauty, or they have a good body inside, make you compare yourself. You think that you're not perfect, you're worth it more than you think. That's what I want to say that to all young teenager. We should make a platform and you should use kind of artists to make a campaign, love myself, more than using unpaid for all the influencer to promote all the things, because you can see even when they promote all the good things, all the goods kind of promotion about product or brand, they always make kind of like they use that, but actually they didn't use that. They do that because of because the sponsor already paid and they had kind of collaboration. The fact they didn't even use that kind of product, it makes all the people getting fooled, right? There's a lot like even like beauty product. There's a lot of beauty product that even it was fake, but they still promote it, and it's not a responsible person. That's why I told all people, do not look up to all the influencers. Just believe in yourself, and I hope that government will, as a government, will so filter and so will so ban from all the bad influencer in this Indonesia. Thank you.
Before second speaker of government, to continue the debate, I would like to call the second speaker of opposition. You here?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Please give me a second to set up my timer.
Sure.
For POI, you may unmute yourself, and I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. This side of the house, we in opposition believe that we should instead support influencers. As my first speaker said, the influencers are significant towards as a tool that is significant in order for to gather support for the government, and also for the society to have role models. Before going into my arguments, I will rebut OG's point. First of all, OG said that based on surveys, some of the teenagers are affected due to bad influencers. Now, influencers, government officials, bad parenting, and such, it's all the same thing. What we're saying here is that influencers are not special. Influencers is a part of the society which must be controlled, and we need to re-educate the public on which side of the influencers that we should not follow. which I will later on explain in my argument. Second of all, she said the OG stated that gave an example that Rami Ahmad broke health protocol, so therefore he is not a good role model. Now, if Rafi Ahmad as an influencer is not a good role model, what happens for government officials when they are not good role model? For example, Ahok going to the same party as Rafi Ahmad, should we have the same treatment, even though Ahok had shown many accomplishments when he was governing as the governor of DKI Jakarta. Therefore, like I said before, we should instead educate the public on choosing what kind of person or not, which side of the influencer that we should choose from. And also there are, going into my argument, first of all, we live in a society that values freedom to inspire others to act on what is right, the freedom to choose who is right and what we feel that who is our role model. And that said, for my first argument, we believe by giving people the platform to inspire others, we'll create a better society. My first speaker said that with influencer, our economy can be better. Now, in my part of the argument, I will talk about how the influencers will inspire people to become better of themselves. Now, society needs a leader, which must fulfill these traits. Charismatic, they have to be good with people, that can relate to people, and having the power to persuade people. And those traits are everywhere, from government officials to student councils in schools. Thus, influencers are no less the same than those people that I mentioned before, because influencers are using their power to persuade the public to become a better person. Now, when we're talking about influencers here, are like people who are making the public open their eyes. For example, influencers like Rahbi Ahmad, where he entertains people. Now, how does he inspire? Even though, let's say, there's some bad part of him, he inspires by giving people, believing to people that there is always success in life, that he's successful and he helps other people by donating and such. That gives society a better perspective on influencer, that hey, influencers are human beings. Influencers made bad mistakes, but we should not neglect, or we should think about what they've done for the society. Now, for my second argument is, with or without influencers, people will always have a platform where they can persuade and influence people, like what the opening government just did just now, where she inspired teenagers to not follow the bad.
UI, please.
No thanks. Where she inspired teenagers to not follow the bad side of influencers. Now, therefore, the problem lies is not with the influencers, but instead with how the public are being educated. By educating the public, they can be independent on choosing what is the role model, which side of the role model to follow, what traits. And therefore, so let's see in the opening government side, where they chose to not raise influencers, to not support influencers. Now, that is a breach of freedom of speech. The freedom of speech on the OG side are being oppressed, both in the perspective of human rights and also perspective on morale. And furthermore, I would like to elaborate that how my first speaker said about influencers helping the economy. Influencers help the economy by people donating to the influencers, by by any types of mean, like from YouTube donation and such, influencers can use those money to help people that are in need, because that's what they do. That's what the influencer to gain more views, to gain more views, more supporters. They need to do something that can help them, which is supporting the society. And therefore, by people supporting influencer, they can also help themselves. That is all for me, and I hereby so proudly reject the idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Second Speaker of Opposition. Now to open the closing debate, I would like to call the First Speaker of Government.
Okay, thank you. My name is Noval. I'm from the CG, and I would like to make some rebuttal before I go into my argument first. So, influencers, right? They influence people. The opposition said that it may be one factor risk, like bad parenting, bad environment, but if there's a risk, there will be expected outcome. And the second, the freedom to choose your role model, right, is the freedom of speech and that kind of thing. So what happened about like 5 years old, that who doesn't even know what to know. What happened like 5 years old, the role model is like Karin and so on like that. It's kind of sad if we see what our young generations would become if this kind of influencer would thrive. The truth is that people only show the side of themselves that the world want to see. They want you to see how beautiful they look after a breakup, how amazing their vacations were, and show off their clothes that you just cannot afford. And even then, we must speculate whether the side they are showing is even true at all. That is not just some fantasy they conjured up in order to fulfill their ego. Influencers are affecting us in a lot of kind of way. With the rise of the social media, we've become a generation that image obsessed, ready to give up when we haven't reached our dreams like so and so has. Maybe we would feel like failures, prepared to yield at any roadblock we encounter if we look our role model, how success they were. With the rise of influencers, a lot of not so influencers will be influenced. No creativity, only following them just because there's some girl famous on TikTok with 1 million likes. If this continue to happen, our young generations will be put under a risk, a huge risk, a risk that may be closer than what we are thinking of. Like what I was saying, no creativity, no grit, no sense of knowing what you don't know. And it's only follow and following that the role models that we think are our role models. Because of that, this house really regrets of the rise of the influencers. Maybe that is all from me. Thank you.
You, First Speaker of Closing Governments. Now to continue the debate, First Speaker of Closing Opposition to start your speech here.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, the member of this house. I'm Rido Al-Mujri from the opposition team. Team absolutely disagree with the motion, and this motion should not stand. Ladies and gentlemen, the government side of the house keep arguing to us about all the negative things that the influencer might show to the younger generation. They have only managed to paint influencer in a bad light without saying the good
that has come out of them. They have also been ignoring all of our arguments and what we said through our speech. There has been no rebuttals coming from their side of the House, ladies and gentlemen. As the government side of the House, they need to prove to us that influencers are bringing more harm than good, which we believe they have yet to deliver. As the opposition side of the House, we firmly believe that this motion should not stand. Firstly, because we believe that there is more benefit of influencer. First of all, we like to talk about influencer as one of the three actors in this motion. We need to acknowledge that personality and social skill is legal skill and traits that a person can use to earn money and make a name for themselves, especially in this era of modern social media. And they have a mass of followers that support them too. And we can ever see them as a zombie that follow everything that their influencers say. They are also human being, a person that can think for themselves of what is right and what is wrong. In fact, what you should do as the good government is to educate these influencer or maybe even their followers. So, as a closing, I would like to ask to the government side of the house, why is it that regulating the rise of influencer is inherently the step that we should take instead of trying to better influencer and their viewers? Thank you.
Thank you so much, first speaker of closing opposition. To continue the debate, second speaker of closing governments, please start your speech.
Okay, thank you for the time. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, let me start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Before that, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Afira, as the World Bank government from the closing government group. Here, before I start my speech and also conclude all what we have debated before, let me rebut some of the opposition team's speech and arguments that have been spoken. First of all, they say that the public figure could actually give a role model, which later the followers could be like easily copying them. Well, let me say it as my partner said before, it could ruin their creativity. Well, when they are easily for copying something, that will not making them starting to think and also starting to find and explore things so they could be more creative. And then before that, they also say that it's their human rights, it's their freedom to speech. Yes, we know that it's their freedoms to speech. We also don't take their human rights to speak, but we here are regrets, as we said before, that this house regrets for these influencers, and then so they actually could they could actually get their human rights to speech, to tell what actually they express. They can express their feelings, and also they could share their experience and lots of things. But here we are regrets of those influencers, especially the influencer, as my partner before said, that the influencer that give a bad effects or bad impacts towards the targets of the audience. And then before, the opposition teams also said that the mass of followers is such a zombie that who could actually follow all of the things that zombie is doing. Well, if that things that have been done with that zombie is a bad things, is a bad influence, do you really want to follow that bad influence? Well, we as a child couldn't actually here right now, this industry 4.0, there are lots of technology that is easily accessed by the children. Here, when you're as an influencer, actually you didn't know who actually follow you, who actually is talking about your social media, who is your target audience. Sometimes there are some children that actually get into an influencer that is in an age that is not in that is actually get the influence from the influencer that is not in their group of category of age, like that. And then, as I know that according to the Erik Erikson theory, based on the development of the cognitive that is actually get by average children here in the teenager age, they are actually getting their identity. Well, when they are getting a bad role model, a wrong role model, it could be like it could be like a confusion into their truly body. It could be like they couldn't find their real identity, who are them actually, when they get into the bad influencers. And then here I would also conclude all of these arguments that have been spoken before. So basically, the social media gives bad effects and also negative effects towards the target audience, because we actually don't know who is our target audience. We couldn't predict who is our actually target audience. Everyone could access in this technology era. And then here for the business side, actually, you could actually brand your products, but sometimes this influencer could be the icon of this products, where when this influencers is on the bad trips or maybe is on a bad positions, it could actually affect these products, this brand of this products. So it will ruin the business side. And then it's also hard to measure the success of the brands if it's in influencers. And then do you know that why is actually influencers is not as good as what we could see in maybe in TV when we are advertising things in TV? Because this social media, this influencer is actually we didn't know like we didn't know the actually the what do we call we didn't know actually, as I said before, the security sides of the social media, because it could, as I said before, it could harm lots of things like that. And then before the government team also said that before my friend have said the example of Al-Karin or maybe Raffi Ahmad, it could give a bad impact towards the audience. And so it's better for us to actually didn't get these influencers in this technology era, or maybe we could actually qualify some things like in TV, because especially in TV, we get some of these, some of the points that should be actually provided already by the public figure, not by the influencer, because influencer is actually everybody could be an influencer. I could be an influencer like that. So this house regrets that this influencers is actually not really good for in this situation era, especially for the social media. So thank you for the time. Sorry for my mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Second speaker of closing governments. To close the entire debate overall, I call upon the second speaker of closing opposition.
Okay. Thank you. Let me get my speech ready. Okay. I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1, now. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Satria Bagaskara. As the closing opposition side of the team, I want to close off this debate by saying a few points. Now, I've been analyzing this debate, and there's a few things that I want to deconstruct with you throughout this whole entire debate. First of all, I would like to clarify that this right here, ladies and gentlemen, is a value judgment debate. Therefore, there will be no proposals or counter mechanisms. So this is basically judgments of value. Now, as the opening government side of the house, we believe that they have the burden to define to us what influencers are, which they did, but that definition in itself is very broad. For example, they said, in short, what they said is influencers are people who have influence over their massive followers. Okay, that may be true, but then, in fact, anyone could be defined as influencers. Like, what does count as influencers? Okay, they said Rafi Ahmad and all the other examples that they give, the bad examples that they give, but they've also managed to discount all the good examples that they have missed out on. For example, by that definition, Najwa Shihab is also an influencer. But maybe we're not going to talk about that because what we're discussing right now is social media influencers. Okay, then let's move on to social media influencers. What about Agung Hapsah, who constantly gave us tutorials about cinematics, or constantly breaking down cinematography from films, or maybe that's what Chandra Leo did as well with his Team to One YouTube channel. He's also an influencer according to that definition. Agung Hapsah is also an influencer. What about Arif Muhammad? Yes, okay, he is a rich person, but that also is aligned with what they were saying. What they wanted from a social media influencer, which is, let me quote, someone who started from zero to hero. Arif Muhammad built his own businesses and has become his own man by his own work. That, I think, is a good... yes, please.
You already mentioned about the good, but if you're comparing the followers of Agung Hapsah and Atta Halilintar, we could see the difference, right? How many people more follow Atta Halilintar than Agung Hapsah? We could see how the citizen and young people choose to be their role model. Thank you.
I get the point. Okay, thank you for the POI. Now I will answer to that within my arguments and also on the closing debate, on my closing statement. Okay, we can see that. As the POI stated, yes, there are more followers to the bad influencers than the good influencers, which, again, also they haven't defined what bad influencers are. What are the bad influences that they're talking about? For as far as I know, smoking is also a bad influence. Many of these good influencers are also smokers. Does that make them the bad influence to the audience that they have? Never has that been clarified in this whole debate. We've been talking about bad influence this, bad influence that, but never really defining what bad influences are we talking about here. Now, to rebut some of the things that they may have said, first, I think it was Closing Government that said, okay, we have 5-year-olds watching Al Karin, and that's a bad influence. Okay, yes, that may be true, but let me remind you that those 5-year-olds shouldn't be there in the first place. Now, why is that 5-year-old watching Al Karin in the first place? Well, because there were no parents. Yes, go on.
Okay, you say that it's about 5 years old. Okay, let's just say it like maybe teenagers. Those teenagers are actually could actually follow that Al Karin things, and they could actually follow all of those daily things that is done by Al Karin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the POI. That will also conclude in my closing statement. Now, okay, let's not argue about 5-year-olds, which is what they brought up in the first place. I was trying to answer to that, but okay, let's change the subject. What about the average teenager? Teenagers follow their idols. That's what influencers are for. Influencers sell lifestyles, and yes, like the examples, there are bad influences on the internet. But again, let me ask you what my first speaker had said. What is the urgency here? What makes regretting the rise of influencers the only step that we can take in order for us to negate those bad effects? Why can't we do the counter proposals that we have, which is to educate the viewers and educate the influencers? First of all, we don't even need to educate them. There are also already a system that we can employ. First of all, regulation, government intervention can still happen. If you know, like if you know of a bad case of an influencer, the government can intervene, which means that they can use laws to shut an influencer down. For example, being Ferdian Paleka, and we see what the police did to him. Okay, so government intervention can still happen, but then we don't even need to go that far. In the current status quo, even now, influencers have followers. Followers come with a backlash. If you say, okay, bad influencers can spread bad influence, but how long can they actually do that? In some way or another, sometimes in the future, they will have their backlash. Okay, there is tolerance within the society of what is good and what is bad. Society knows what is good and what is bad. And if, according to you, these bad influences can spread their bad influences all day long, it will only be a matter of time before their viewers, even their own fans, or even people that are not even their fans, to come at them with the backlash. Okay, we don't like you. Okay, how about, no, we're not going to follow this person. This person is bad. Maybe this person is racist, or maybe this person is what. Those are legitimately bad influence, by the way, racism. Okay, we'll just unfollow them. We'll cancel them. There is this unwritten system within the social media, which is backlash from their fans and followers. Okay, now moving on to what my closing statement for this debate, which is the government side of as the government side of the House, they have a burden of proof, ladies and gentlemen. Their burden of proof is to tell us why influencers are so bad that you need to regret their rise, in which they haven't yet to tell us that. And also, what their burden of proof is, why is banning them the clear and final solution instead of other methods? We don't see that coming from them as well. And then what is the urgency? What urgency is there to change the status quo, which is already happening right now? So, yes, that should conclude my speech. Thank you for listening. That is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the second speaker of closing opposition. And that concludes this debate. This is not a silent round, so there will be OA or like the result will be revealed. So please wait for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes for the further education. Thank you. and why the results are like that. So in this chamber, I give the winning to the long crossbands. So the results are as follows: the fourth goes to CG, the third goes to OO, second goes to OG, and first goes to CO. So I'm going to the way I'm structure my education. I'm going to explain why CJ cannot go over opening bench. I'm going to weigh OG over OO. And I'm going to explain why GO is better than other benches, right? So the reason why CG cannot go over OG and OO was that I feel like in comparisons to OG specifically, all the substance that you guys are talking about was quite the same, if not the same with what OG said. I feel like the premise were the same, talking about the irrationality of individual following the influencers and how they can copy the actions and become like zombie followers and whatnot. I feel like this is something that OG has previously mentioned in their setup, talking about on how like children become like swayed and they're going to like follow their content and makes it makes like bad role model, right? So I feel like in that sense CG can I feel like all of the substances that you guys are saying are the same as OG. So I feel like most of the substances need to be credited to OG rather than to CG. So in that sense I feel like the rebuttal toward
Oh, we apologize. There has been a miscommunication. We'll get to you soon. We're still waiting for the ongoing OAs. Yeah, so you can sit back and relax. Just stand by. Thank you. are you guys complete?
Complete.
Wait, complete.
FEB, FTSP, Juliana Blessing, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
Complete.
Okay, FH1, Alberta, are you here?
Yes, we're present. I'm present.
2, Jessica Anissa, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
FH3, Nataleo Krisdayanti, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
FK1, Naufal and Afira, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are here.
FK2, Izehaga and Ricardo, are you guys complete?
Complete.
FK3, Aisyah Hayana and Shanas, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
FKG1, Clarice and Advita, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
FSRD1, Rido and Satria, are you guys complete?
Still waiting for Rido. I'm contacting him right now.
Okay, sure. Just take your time.
Okay.
FTKE1, Kenandika Eric, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
Okay, FTSP1, Irfan Taskia, are you guys complete?
Complete.
FTSP2, Dafanur and Sandra, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Swing 1, Ayub Abraham, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Swing 4, Arjun Afana, are you guys complete?
Yes, complete.
Yep, here.
So we'll just be waiting for FSRD. Okay, so please stand by, just relax. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, FSRD, are you complete?
Still trying to contact Rido.
Okay, sure. So everyone, we're still waiting for FSRD for the time being. Wait, we'll proceed to match up for round 3. I'll be sharing my screen, and then after matchup is shown, I'll pass on to CA. Please wait for my call. Refresh to. Okay, so draw for round 3 in Elang Mulia Lesmana room. We have opening government FK3. We have opening opposition FSRD1. We have closing government FH1. And lastly, we have closing opposition FILTL1. In room Heri Hartanto, we have opening government FK2, we have opening opposition FTSP1, we have closing government FILTL FTE, and lastly, closing opposition, we have FTSP2. In Hafidin Royan room, we have opening government FTKA1, we have opening opposition FH3, we have closing government FKG1, and closing opposition FK1. And last room is Hendriawan C. In opening government, we have swing 1. In opening opposition, we have FH2. In closing government, we have EB and FTSP. And lastly, closing opposition, we have swing 4. Now that concludes my role. I will pass on to Ibu Asri SCA to announce the motion. Good luck.
Okay, wait.
The ideal better ideal
Just to make sure I'm audible,
there are
right?
several scenarios, but there will be several scenarios. First, let's
Can anyone confirm? Am I audible?
there are
You're audible, but a little bit
A little
noisy.
bit too low, yeah. Okay.
we cannot
The purpose of the silent round actually is because we are just evil. We want you to, have a have a question: am I passing or am I not? But another reason is why at the end, the last round of the day, we are making the round to be silent round. Is that to ensure that you guys will come back tomorrow, so you guys still have hope that you can pass and break. That's one. So this is going to be a silent round. Number 2, Rafif told me that he would like me to remind everyone to change your name. I still see some of you guys are still round 3. Please change your name, rename yourself in accordance to the next round in order that it can go as smooth as possible. Because once I announce the motion, the case building time will going to start. Okay, I'm going to wait. Going once. Well, the consequences is on you guys. If you don't rename yourself, the case building time goes on. You are not being allocated. So you guys are all adult. You know these consequences. I've already announced. Now moving on to the motion. Oh, third thing. This morning you guys have experience with hold on a second, wrong share screen method. This morning, you guys have the experience with context slide. In this round, you guys will also have similar experience of context slide. In round 3, talking about influencer was pretty easy, right? So that was a little, calm before the storm, because this next context slide, under the heading of social health and welfare. Okay, I see Rafif's expression. The context slide reads, okay, I'm not going to read it. It's pretty long. You feel free to screenshot. I'm going to also share the wording for you guys in the group. Is there any question like reading this, or do you guys still want me to read out loud? Okay, I'll read it out loud. A patent is a property right to a product, and in the case of pharmaceutical companies, it's usually in the form of a chemical formula that may not be duplicated by any rival company. The life of a patent is 20 years from the time the patent is issued. This gives the company ample time to profit from its invention. An invention is any new or useful process, machine, article of manufacture, or composition of matter. This means that the inventor has the guarantee that his or her product will be the only product of its exact kind on the market for 20 years. Is there any question in regard of the context slide? I mean, I know you guys come from different faculty, right? So that's also why I come with, like very different heading and also teams, very as various as possible. Is there any question? Remember my note that number 1, it's okay to add your own knowledge into the context slide. But second of all, if just in case you know contradictory matter, issue, topic, or information with the context slide, please keep it to yourself in order to make the balance of the debate, right? So some people might not know the issue at all, so they only rely onto the context slide. I know it's their fault. Why don't you guys read? Now, but please be, fair as possible. Are you guys ready for me to announce the motion? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. I see that everyone is ready. The motion reads, this House believes that the government should offer cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceutical to replace the patent system for pharmaceutical. Now it's 14:31. Case building time start. Debate start at 14:57. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
preferences before you start your speech. Second, please respect the VOI preferences from each speaker. And third of all, more importantly, please open your camera unless you have bad connection. Right, without further ado, please welcome Prime Minister to open the debate. Here.
All right, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, good morning, honorable judges and fellow debaters. If there's a POI, you can ask me directly by click the unmute button below. I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, this House believes that the government should offer cash compensation for the creation of perimetricas to replace the pension system of perimetricas. Okay, so money more effective, profitable, and more useful than patent. Why? Because it will give because it gives a patient okay. If we give a patient, they still have to pay for the patent fee. Even we give a present, there's no guarantee, there's no duplication or any imitation. But by giving money, they could produce many more perimetricals and they don't have to pay for anything. Even there's a duplicated case, when we give a patient, they still have to pay for the pay of the court. And there's no guarantee they will with the case if there's a duplication when they take it to the law. So the person they spend their money for probably nothing. Money is more valuable, more profitable, and more replaceable with other things by transaction. That's why government agree to give money than a patent. In this case, in the pandemic era, we need more money to produce any medicine and others like that. So we think by giving money, we don't need we can make them to produce more and more and more medicine and anything else. So patent is a type of intellectual property that gives its owner like the right to exclude others like from making, using, or selling an invention for a limited period of year. So we clearly and obviously agree that money as compensation than a patent. That's all my speech. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Prime Minister spoke for 2 minutes 20 seconds. To respond to this, please welcome the opposition.
Sorry, is it my turn?
Yes, it's your turn.
I can turn on the camera because my internet is not good.
Okay, it's okay.
So I'm gonna start my speech from 3, 2, 1. Okay, so I'm from opening opposition. I'm gonna tell you that patent drugs are the drugs that are produced and marketed by the pharmaceutical industry, where the industry has patent rights to conduct research and discover new drugs. During the patent rights period of approximately 20 years, no other industry may produce or market the drug under generic name without permission. The patent owner has an authority to prohibit other practice using the patent work without his permission. There is a regulation in Indonesia about patent, and why this regulation is formed because to create a new product or formula is not that easy. It takes so much effort, so much time, and a big cost too. So here, the regulation is formed to protect and to appreciate their work. And we really totally disagree if the government just overcast their hard work, because it's definitely not worth for what they've done. It's not all just about money, but there is something that cannot be replaced with money. Their time, their hard work, or something that really valuable too. So if the government just overcash, it means the government look down to their hard work. Okay. as I'm done for my speech. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the speech. I'll speak for 1 minute 30 seconds. To respond to the case, please welcome Deputy Prime Minister.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
For POI, you may unmute yourself, and for my references, you may use he or him. And I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we are faced with a fact where the government feels that we have to move towards compensating the pharmacy industry in order to change the system, the patent system, in order for a more balance, a more where people have a chance to create and at the same time get compensated for their work. Now, I will explain that in my argument. Before that, I will rebut the opening opposition point, which is the regulation is to protect the work. The government, without the patent system, the government will just look down the hard work of those who work hard in that industry. Now, what we the government believe is the regulation is not is to protect their the work, but it does not mean we doesn't mean we think highly of them. Now, and because we really care about the people, we care about the people in the industry. Therefore, we propose something which is way beneficial. Why are we implementing this in the first place? Is because the fact that the patent system proved there are so many loopholes where rival companies will just make another chemical formula or even almost the same type of formula, which they name it in a different name, which even though everyone knows it's the same thing, but because it's quite quote unquote a little different than the chemical formula that is used by the company, then they are legal to do so. Now, instead of that is why we, the government, propose one thing which my first speaker said, that we must propose compensation. Now, I will elaborate that in my first argument, which is compensation is way more beneficial in comparison to the patent system. Now, the patent system is basically requires a company to put memberikan dokumentasi, to bring the document to the government, so that the government can fill it in so that the government has the correct set of data. And after that, the government promised to protect them. But the thing is about that is a loophole by itself, because other rival company can just make another chemical formula that is quite the same like the companies, but also it is a risk, a harm to that. No thanks. It is a harm because it makes the company that brought the original formula not only have to share their profit with the rival company because of the quote unquote different names, different quote unquote different formulas, but also they will lose money. Now, in what we are proposing in the compensation is basically when a company is found guilty of a chemical formula, we will when a company is guilty by using the same format, we will charge, the government will charge some for that company, and then the original company that created the formula will be given compensation by the government. Why is that? No thanks. Why is that? Because the government feels that the system or the patent system takes a long time, because if you want to prove someone that the company, the rival company is copying from your company, therefore it will that medicine is it will take a long time, the long process in court. It that could cost a lot of money and a lot of time for that company, and therefore by providing this this compensation system, it will bring more benefits towards the companies. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your speech. Deputy Prime Minister spoke for 5 minutes 20 seconds to respond the case and close the debate. In opening half, please welcome the Deputy Leader Opposition.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it's your turn. DLO.
Before I start, let me say sorry because I couldn't turn on the camera, do all the problem, and I already logged out for many times. I still couldn't solve the problem yet, so I'm totally sorry first off for judges. Let me start my timer first. Okay, my speech begin now. First, the social of patent have an effective level of understanding and level awareness of the citizen about the legal system patent are not considered sufficient yet. Among research both from research institution, government are private. So, and the second, due to the economic factor, namely the ability of researchers to prepare funds are filing patent applications limited apart from the crisis situation economy. If the innovation is entitled to patent or used for public interest. And the third, patent application is considered very bureaucratic and time-consuming. The procedure and process patent application is not that simple as expected, apart from having a knowledge of patent law and ability to complex request description patent. It should also be realized that the process patent application must follow the procedure specific, and it happens anywhere, especially in our country, Indonesia. What I want to say and proceed. We should do respect about how this discovery to find of the patent of the drug activation. The identification process of the drug target in the form of organic or inorganic compounds with certain activity is carried out. For this, researchers must try as optimally as possible until the target can be identified for later target validation. This step can involve a variety of techniques, such as developing knockout animals that lack particular gain and seeing if the disease developed by the same mechanism in this animal. Furthermore, the process of finding the target compounds was carried out. All this step involved laboratory testing of large number of compounds to find which compounds show target activity. That's what I always want to mention, that we should do respect all of the hard work. And if the government just offering cash for finish all the patients problem, I like to say that government just look down to all the researchers. We should appreciate all their hard work. We should appreciate their knowledge. We should appreciate their time. They give them their time to do research. During that time, nobody helped them was special. And we all know that the specialty is what their patient was there, and we should appreciate that. The legal agreement or regulatory right of the patent holder to file claim for competition through the commercial court show that the party entitled to obtain the patent can obtain legal protection. The patent holder has the right to file a lawsuit against the appeal of the commercial escort of any person who intentionally and without right violates the property right of the patent holder with separate photo, including the government itself. The claim for compensation can only be accepted in the process of profit to be made using an invention that has been granted a patent. Innovation is the invention idea into a specific problem, solving in the field of technology in the product or process too. Legal remedies for cases that can require again the discussion and the decision of the commercial court regarding lawsuit. For a lawsuit, the commercial court has time file a lawsuit and the clerk of the court stand. So if someone doesn't accept the decision of the commercial court, and because there is no appeal in the commercial court, so that the settlement is costed faster and the cost handling in the case is cheaper. Including I want to add more at my friends already mentioned. What we want to do is, if knowledge is being passed to patient, and we all know that how to get the title is very such a long time and long journey to them, it's time for us to do respect to all of the people who do research, who find all the drugs, because the medical and the health is one of the most priority as a human. We need them. We need, because see, even the pandemic right now, we could see how much important health is. So what we want, we should look up for them. We should respect for them for all the things that have been done for us. We couldn't just see in one eyes, oh, they already got money, we could solve all the problem. No, it's not. All of the hard work is not as much worth like the money that government has been given. So I hope that government should give in more than that money. The solution may be giving the patient, may given the chance and given the pattern letter for them. So all the and I hope that government more socialization about the patents. So people who do research have been awareness, like, okay, I will against them. I will take my what should be mine and what should be mine. So I hope that will be solved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. They all spoke for 4 minutes 44 seconds. To continue the debate and open the debate and closing round, please welcome government member.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for the POI, I just allow you to do it in chat. If I don't respond to your chat, it means that I don't expect your POI. So, give me time to set up my timer. So I will begin my speech at 3, 2, 1. So, as the government, this house believes that we won't just run a program by giving compensation money to remove the patent system. Is more than just giving the companies a profit. But here we want to talk about how the government need to remove the patent system. First, we as a government believe that giving compensation to replace the patent system, not to disrespect or to abandon the privacy of the researcher who have created that kind of formula, that pharmaceutical creation, but it's needed in case of the government facing the unpredictable plague of health issue, unpredictable pandemic, and in case of the government want to distributing help for the victim of disaster and distributing a national help for a lot of people in throughout Indonesia. Why it's really needed and why it really helps? Because the government, by replacing the patent system, the government can take a direct action, faster action, and efficient action in helping the people in taking care, in handling the pandemic, the unpredictable pandemic, in handling the plague. Why the government can make a more efficient and faster and more direct action? Because as we know, Indonesia has a lot of population in the world. Even Indonesia is known as the 4th greatest population in this world. So that's why it's impossible for only one company to work alone in producing that kind of medicine that needed by a lot of people in Indonesia. So that's why, in case of urgency, this just like what I've mentioned, just like unpredictable plague, unpredictable pandemic, unpredictable disaster that cause a lot of victims, where the government really need to evenly and well distributing this kind of chemical formula created by a certain pharmaceutical company. They need to remove that patent system. In order what? They want to cooperate with more than just one companies in creating a lot of amount of this kind of chemical formula, not to disrespect the original founder of this chemical formula, but more than that, how the government want to work well, as what their main job is, work for the best, for the prosperity and for the good of the people. So that's why removing or replacing the patent system is not disrespecting this creation, but how the government can work well, because to cooperating with more than just pharmaceutical companies, it's impossible, and it's struggling with the patent system. So that's why the government giving the compensation in order to more than just protecting we agree that we should protect the privacy of of a researcher of the company who originally found the chemical formula. But beyond that, we should think about the humanity, how the government is willing to help people, how replacing to help people to evenly distributing this kind of chemical fuel needed for the unpredictable plague, for unpredictable pandemic, and for helping people throughout Indonesia who are experiencing a disaster. And it will be possibly realized by removing and replacing the patent system. And also we agree with the opening government that we think about giving a compensation not to disrespect, but beyond the humanity. And also we can give a compensation money to give a venture capital for the company in creating an invention, something new that will improve their company, improve their company. And responding to opening opposition state that a patent's right is an ownership that protects a creation of someone. Beyond than protecting the creation, the researcher will reach his or her self-satisfaction, not by his creation or his handcraft is protected, the privacy is well kept, but the satisfaction of itself, who has created a chemical formula, in this case is medicine, will reach his or her self-satisfaction if his creation can be useful for a lot of people in Indonesia and can help the government in solving the problem issue in Indonesia. And we are archipelago state, and we know the pharmaceutical companies is separated and even divided and island by island by the ocean, and every kind of region have different kind of pharmaceutical companies. So that's why the government needed to evenly and well distributed this chemical formula in order to helping every people in every region evenly and well. Could you imagine if this kind of area don't have this kind of don't have enough amount of a certain kind of medicine? So that's why beyond, not better, but beyond protecting the privacy, we give the compensation not to be respecting, but we want to run a program which is higher than just protecting a privacy, but protecting the humanity and protecting and thinking about all people, which we government believe, this house believe, the self-satisfaction of the researcher will be more fulfilled when their creation comes to be helpful and useful for a lot of people in Indonesia. And thank you. That's all of my speech.
Okay, thank you very much. Government spoke for 6 minutes 18 seconds. Respond, please. Please welcome opposition member.
For pronouns, he, him, they, POI preference, type POI dash your team in chat so I know who to call out. If I don't respond to your chat, don't worry, I'm not ignoring you. It's just I don't want to take your POI at the moment. I'm going to start my speech in, sorry, just getting my notes. Okay, I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. First of all, two main rebuttals, one towards OG and the next to CG. OG has their argumentation goes upon the fact that one, money is more valuable than recognition, but never explain why, just that money is useful for this and that, and how is it more valuable than recognition is not fully explained. Secondly, there is a logical flaw in the sense that they talk about how other companies will steal this one company's patent by making similar chemical formulas, or in fact using the exact same copy, and how with the patent system the law suddenly doesn't work and the law cannot stop these big pharmaceutical companies from actually getting sued if they do this. They say somehow by removing patents, by removing acknowledgement that this formula was made by someone else first, the law will work better in terms of suing them if they copy it. We see this as a big logical flaw because it's simply understandable that if you remove acknowledgement, if you remove documentation and proof that a certain company has produced chemical formula for a certain drug with a certain purpose, that they are in their side of the house, it is more likely for other companies to be, I mean, not only even more likely, but the whole purpose of their side of the house is so that other companies can take smaller companies' patents or ideas and just sell it to a bigger audience because they have the funding and they have the reach to do so. So there is a clear logical flaw because they try to give themselves, they try to keep themselves exempt from a harm of being copy pasted, where it still exists on their side of the house. We don't deny that this harm exists even with the patent system, but it's still better with the patent system because there's clear documentation. And when you want to go and take it to court, even if the court fails, even if you don't have money for good lawyers, we do believe this is better because you can now create awareness that it was your company who created the patent first, and therefore, at the very least, you get recognition, if nothing at all. Now, for closing government, for some reason, they specifically talk about Indonesia, and it's something that's quite missing from this entire debate, that everyone's very specific about Indonesia for some reason. They talk about how it's the government's job and responsibility to distribute drugs and medicine in case of crisis emergencies, but they never explain how on their side of the house that they're able to do this better. We say that it's not mutually exclusive, and we say, in fact, governments can go towards these patent holders and ask for subsidies or discuss subsidies much easier once there's a clear patent holder. So again, better on our side of the house. Now to my arguments. The reason for a patent to be made is to protect an inventor's right towards their invention. It's not just that we're only giving this person the specific right to produce this product, because if it's a very viable product, other companies or other people and in fact approach this person and or this company and offer to pay royalties or fees in order to produce the product, but still must give not a generic name or not their company name, but must still credit the patent owner in the name of the drug or medicine. Cash compensation, no matter how we see that it is important and it is the main goal of pharmaceutical companies, that is something that we cannot deny, and that's something that we completely agree on, but we do understand that the goal of companies is not just to stay stagnant, but is to grow and to get better and to hire more people and to gain a larger audience, to gain a larger market. And this is not possible on their side of the house. With the patent policy, if a smaller company or even a big company were able to make a product that is very helpful towards society and therefore patent it, let's say cough medicine, headache medicine for like an aspirin, not only would this company be rewarded financially, but everyone would know this company and start to build trust for this company and maybe buy other products from this pharmaceutical company, as they have now already proven themselves through clear documentation that they're able to produce some invention that is beneficial towards society. Moreover, I think opening debate really talks about the practical effects, about why money is better, or why money is better, why money on this side, on which side is better, and how it's beneficial, and how suddenly we are disrespecting or respecting without any real explanation. We believe that the true nature of this debate, the true principal value, is to give credit where credit is due, no matter the money that will be given, because we cannot guarantee, we admit that we cannot guarantee, even if something is patented, we cannot guarantee that it will be selling out everywhere and this person will be getting a lot of money from royalties and so on and so forth. But we can agree, at the very least, that this person has the credit, and we believe this is the most important thing to protect, because person self-satisfaction doesn't just come from monetary value. And we also must acknowledge that the monetary compensation will come from the effectiveness of the product from the government, right? So even if it is not so effective, even if it is not so beneficial, we believe that this person deserves the recognition where it is due for not only the hard work that they made, but for the fact that they can produce this drug and it can help people, and that they were the ones to make it. Yes, I believe that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Opposition member spoke for 6 minutes 41 seconds. To close the debate in government side, please welcome government whip. Government whip.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, let me set the timer. Okay, I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. So this speech will be also the answer for closing opinion. Government in this case will have modified government use strategy that will work here. Ladies and gentlemen, government can use invention covered by patents as long as provided reasonable and entire compensation to the patent holder. This is government power, which allows the government take the priority for public use while paying fair market rates. Otherwise, government will pay the cash compensation as the exchange for the patent, because government health programs must move through the patent medicine to address the risks associated with health problems such as COVID-19, for example. Patent itself will have the holders to extract as much as revenue as possible as they can setting prices without regard according to the cost of research occur. In conclusion, we would like to take the patent, especially for pharmaceutical, that leads as solution for national health issues. Our approach would diminish the profit earned by pharmaceutical companies in cases when the government are provisions deployed. Otherwise, we will offer cash compensation as for researcher effort and knowledge, and also to repair the sources that are being used for the research. Of course, the compensation nominal would depend on many particulars, including the covered providers, credibility of the government, and any competitors that might be triggered between manufacturers. In the end of the day, the pharmaceutical will be patent under governments and will use wisely for national health issues that occur. Otherwise, we will not entitle the researcher as the founder just because now the patent will belong to government. Doesn't mean that we forget the root for that. We as government will give the title for the founder under the researcher name. Therefore, they doesn't have patent. They still have their proud title to their maximum effort to build the formula. Cash commission is just another way from our side to appraise and appreciate their hard work for the chemical treatment and the company for giving the success the sources. Besides, we give the title for researcher and their company. Upon this reason, we as a government proudly propose. No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your speech. Speaker spoke for 2 minutes 34 seconds. To close the entire debate, please welcome government whip. Government whip. Government whip, time is yours.
Audible kok Kak? I texted her tapi belum dibalas, so I don't know.
Is she in the Zoom call? Is she in here?
Yes, she is. Oh, okay.
Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, so pardon that I cannot turn on my camera since the signal is unstable. So I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. So under the old law, it was a legitimate defense in criminal proceedings for a third party to import a patented pharmaceutical product for the purpose of seeking marketing approval during the last 2 years of the patent term. The new law increases this period to 5 years and provides defense in relation to both criminal and civil actions, thereby significantly protecting Indonesia's professions. Whilst admirable, the concern remains that products purportedly shipped to Indonesia under the provisions may find their way to government hospitals as substitutes for patented drugs by patent holders. Right holders must be vigilant to in ensuring that the dollar provision is not abused, especially around the time when the patent is due. Allows for the parallel import of legally marketed patented pharmaceutical products from the overseas markets. The elucidations to the new law explains that this provision has the objective to maintain reasonable prices and fairness of access to pharmaceutical product is urgently required for human health. The criteria of legally marketed in the foreign country is unclear. But however, the Indonesian parallel import provision is not tied to the concept of the consent for the market. So as a result, the term marketed legally might unintentionally, have an unstable connection. So the Indonesian parallel import provision is not tied to the concept of consent from the IP owner in the overseas market. As a result, the term marketed legally might unintentionally include situations wherein the product is marketed legally for other reasons, such as when the patent holder did not file patents in that country or because of compulsory licensing. So the everlasting concern with Indonesia has been the weak implementation of its IP laws, whilst this new law requires all implementing regulations to be put into effect within 2 years. In the past, many provisions remained unimplemented. Furthermore, the courts have traditionally only heard a handful of mainly mechanical patent cases, so pharma issues have yet to receive much judicial considerations. It remains to be seen whether this new legislation instigates any judicial figure in the pharmaceutical arena. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The person will spoke for 3 minutes and 10 seconds. That's all for the debate. This is a close round, so there will be no oral adjudication. You can go back to the main hall because there is announcement. Thank you, everyone. After this, langsung balik ke main hall ya. Jangan tinggalin Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, judges.
FAB, FTSP, are you guys here? FAB, FTSP. Moving on, FH1, Alberta, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
FH2, Jessica Anissa, you guys complete?
Yes, we completely here.
FH3, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
FK1, are you guys complete?
We are here.
So FK2, are you guys complete?
Here.
Yes, we are
FK3,
complete.
are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
FKG1, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
FSRD1, are you guys complete?
Yes.
FTKE1, are you guys complete?
Yes.
FTSP1, are you guys complete? FTSP1, are you guys complete? FTSP1, are you guys complete? Moving on, FTSP2, are you guys complete?
Yes, complete.
Swing 1, are you guys complete?
Yes, complete.
Okay, swing 4, are you guys complete? Okay, let's just resume. I will pass on the announcement to our core adjudicator, Ibu Astri. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Rafif. Hi, everyone. Just a very quick announcement. Considering that we are already at the end of the day, all the preliminary round of the day has been done. I do not want to capture you for too long. I just want to note, first of all, appreciating obviously Trisakti and also the committees for holding this. I would like that, everyone, specifically University of Trisakti student, to really appreciate this process. This is a very big privilege. Not every university and also institutions hold this type of competition, internal selection, what I meant. So what does this translate into? It translates into how big is your institution, Universitas Trisakti, giving you support, which I really hope that you guys are not taking it for granted. What is taking it for granted? Number one, I would like to note several, I think, irresponsible behavior that I hope everyone can avoid in the future. If you do mistake once, it's okay. Probably you didn't know. But if you do the mistake twice or three times, it shows a pattern of behavior that is, questionable, right? So first of all, irresponsible behavior. The committees and also the overall Universitas Trisakti systems and everything already managed to hold this through regulation. What does this entail to? It entails a responsibility for you to present. I know for some of you, probably this is not that important, but the thing is, the action that you do also impact other people's. Irresponsible behavior may delay the competition. Irresponsible behavior may, if not anything, may reflect badly to the faculty that you are representing. You guys come here representing your faculty, and please duly note that all irresponsible behavior are not gone unnoted. So we always take notes on, irresponsible behavior done by you and whatnot. On the mechanism of punishment, I will probably leave it to later the ORCOM to discuss it. Second irresponsible behavior is that debating, yes, it may appear as a competition, but this is an intellectual competition. Although this is an intellectual competition, but this is not a cerdas cermat. So it's not about how correct your point is, but it is more on the critical thinking ability that you guys have. So it is less about whether you know the facts. It is less about whether, who can name as much statistics as you want, as there it is, because this is not quiz or cerdas cermat or battle of wits and whatnot. But this is a game of critical thinking. So what's important is how you can manifest analysis and also argumentation and delivering it to the point that everybody else get persuaded. So this is a game of critical thinking and also public speaking. Now, the problem is, I am very aware, again, it's not that because I want to, bring you down, or I just feel like, playing game with you and whatnot. I'm very aware that some motion are new for you guys, specifically in the context. But please do note that despite the contexts are different or distant from you, it does not mean that it is not accessible. What does this translate into? On the first motion, probably corporate sponsorship is something that is new for you. But yeah, the idea that there is a corporation, and usually corporation has a profit orientation, it's a principle that everyone should understood, especially you guys are already in the university and whatnot. So look at the basic principles, translate it. Please don't be too bothered with the contextualization. That's one. Second of all, even if so, you guys don't understand, that's why the context slide are provided as the context for you guys to have an equal access toward emotion, have similar understanding. But most importantly, number 3, I also open up access for you guys to ask question in time or in the case that you come into a motion that you don't understand. So, but sadly and unfortunately, nobody is utilizing that access. Nobody is asking me, what does the motion means? Is the context like this and whatnot? Which I'm not saying that it's not a good thing for you if you don't have any questions. It's good, meaning that you understand. But it becomes a problem when later you did unethical behavior in order to do that, in order to access the motion, or in order to answer the question you have in regards of the motion, such as but not limited to, number 1, contacting other people. I think this goes without saying that during the test building process is only between you and also your teammate. Number 2, doing an internet research, which I think not only that it is unethical, so it's spiritually eating you up inside. By the way, you are the only one being harmed by the process. It shows that you are not confident with your ability. It shows that you are disrespecting the entirety of the system. You are disrespecting your opponent and also your teammate. But most importantly, number 2, it will go two ways. Why? Because as I was saying, debate is a metric of critical thinking and also public speaking. Your adjudicator are not here as a fact checker. We are not a fact checker. We care about the fact, but it's not a winning point. What we care about is your analysis. So if you do research, for example, something that I'm not saying that research is not necessary. Research is important, but before the competition. But if you do the internet research immediately after you receive the motion, what happens is there will be irrelevant. Either, number 1, if it is a new information, you cannot attach it with the analysis because it is still very new and foreign for you. So you cannot have the analysis and also argumentation in relation to that. Number 2, if you copy paste the entirety of an explanation, judges will know. I mean, we do know. We all of the invited adjudicators are at least having 2 to 3 years experience in debating competition. We've been out there. We are also by ourselves do research. That's a secret of debate. Debate is not just about like the 15 minutes case building. We all as debaters regularly on a daily basis. We research. That's why I personally, even though I am an IR student, I understand patent, I understand overall academic research and whatnot. So that's the secret. So do know, we will know. I received several report on this. I really regret that. So that's my input. The last note. I already make sure that the motion is as accessible as possible. That's one. Second of all, I also already discussed with my fellow core adjudicators, which is for NUDC is Bu Zuhra. And number three, I already make sure that if I see the motion as having a peculiar context, I will give a context slide. Number four, I provided an avenue. One of the reasons why I asked to be invited in the participants group is that so that probably during the case building time or even after every motion launch, I ask you guys, please don't be hesitant to ask. I mean, even I still ask if I don't understand the motion. When I join a debate competition, I see a motion with an entirely new context. For example, just yesterday, I debated about cultural filtration of preservation in megafauna. I don't understand anything about it. So I asked the adjudicator. It's okay to ask the context. Sorry, I forget. I know I promised that was the last thing. But another thing is that I want you guys to be as equitable as possible. What does it mean? Equity here means that you have a respect toward all type of individual equally. It translates into number one, avoid using stereotyping. For example, you shouldn't call, like, okay, so these influencers, they basically are dumb because they are only beautiful. That's a stereotype because you claim that beautiful people does not have brain. Well, some may be, but the way that you generalize it, it's against the equity principle. So be more respectful. We can be both smart. We can be both smart and successful, and also respectful toward other people and toward yourself. I will going to give it back to Arcom. Thank you.
So we would like to extend our gratitude for the warm reminder, and also it is a lesson learned. So keep in mind for everyone, this is a platform for us to learn. So it may come and market it as a competition, as a selection process, but we want to make sure that everyone, when this set of events finish, you get the most of values in terms of knowledge and experience, something that is very cherishable. So we just want to say that. And then moving on, we want to tell you an announcement that for tomorrow, roll call will be done before 8. So despite the schedule indicating that it starts at 8, we request you all to be here from 7:30. So we have a space of time to make sure that everyone is here, and also to make sure that the timing can go exactly as planned. So I think that is all from Orcom. We want to say thank you to everyone. We want to say thank you to all the core educators and invited educators for being present here in helping adjudicate the debate. Also, we want to thank you all debaters and good luck, and hope you have a nice evening and rest, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you everyone. Bye-bye.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.